a simple man making his way through the galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, people face down, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front back over train tracks. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like that.
Hey Brady, welcome in.
Over here, everybody got a gun, my life is golden now. You wanna know why niggas die? Nigga, I just told you.
Hey Derp, what's up? Welcome in Derp. How's everybody? Good? What are we gonna play today? Gonna watch more Wishbone. Up, down, left, right.
Tell me what is wrong with that. No coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that. Jam man, make a man, more games in the
Let's see, what do we got here? "12 Hours of Wishbone, eh? Sounds like the right thing to do. On this lovely Taco Tuesday. Let's put it to a poll.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That and economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like Tetris. I don't know what else to tell you. Over here, everybody got a gun, my life is golden now. You wanna know why niggas die? Nigga, I just told you. I told the bitch we need to take a break cause she a space invader. Niggas do not know the game, why? Cause they player haters. I'm a boss jam, man, I call me Dr. Eggman. My money stretched like jogging pants, rubber bands and headbands. Hopped up out the water, niggas trying to sink my battleship. Cause they bitch been bust open like a bag of chips. NBA jam, man. Bitch, I'm ballin'. Just learned a new move, I just don't know what to call it, man. I swear I lost my man, I had to snap back to reality. I ain't sparing nobody. Finish a fatality. Bitch, start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega man, I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy. Grew up, now I'm Mega man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do. Up, down, left, right.
Oh, I finished Curse of Brotherhood. I mean, they're still 100%ing it, but I don't usually do that. I'll let that slide. Too many games in the backlog. I was close though, so maybe I'll go back to Curse of Brotherhood. If if I can just look at the walkthrough. Or what happens when you get 100%? I wonder. Happy Teriyaki Chicken Tuesday. Yeah, it's Teriyaki Chicken Tuesday, the better version of Taco Tuesday. That sounds good. I like chicken. And I think I like teriyaki chicken. Uh-oh. You both like wishbone. Okay. Looks like it's gonna be a wishbone type of day. Problem solved. And then tomorrow's Wedding Cake Wednesday. Curse of Brotherhood is still on Game Pass to this day. Was apparently it was published by Microsoft. Maybe that'll get you to boot up your Xbox again. Oh, it's been months since you have. What do you usually play?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Did we just see the first 2 episodes? Twisted Tail, episode 3. Why is PNG tuber Angie. That's when Brady does something bad. It's always Brady's fault. Hashtag back at it again. Made him mad with the continuous redeems, yeah. So angry. Crowd 12 party, Jill. Twisted Tail, episode 3. Cute dog, yep. Wishbone is very cute. Oh, there's one big spot on his back. How's the volume? Should I raise it? Okay, volume is good. Derp is in for a treat. Uh-oh, what are you gonna do, Brady? Doesn't sound good. Oh, the volume's all the way down now. What? Dog treat even? He said he's never seen it before. Told him he's in for a treat. Oh, okay. This show's good. He's the size of your puppy, Lily. Does your puppy look like that? She's got a red coat of fur with bits of white. Okay, so not really like looking like Wishbone. Food, 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 food. Wishbone always looking for food. Always looking for tacos. Nah, not like Wishbone's fur. She's still a cute pupper though. No, don't feed dogs from the table. Don't do it. Oh, you dummy. Oh, it's this lady again. Oh, the police believe it was kids. Which one? No. Yeah, crime wave. Yappy. Is is this a reality episode, or is Wishbone gonna do a story? Who's he gonna transform into?
didn't do fucking shit!
Scary but just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
Skibby didn't do fucking shit. Okay.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Skibby's a big Wishbone fan, right? Love the Wishbone. You grew up with this shit. I remember watching it. It's a pretty cool show. I don't know. A good educational show. Giving. Fucking Wishbone. He used to watch this shit all the time. I knew it. Everybody loved Wishbone. Must have been some Wishbone games. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't remember seeing anything. Maybe PC games? Yeah, I guess Tap knows all about Wishbone. Wishbone Activity Center, Print Tricks, and The Amazing Odyssey, and Wishbone Activity Zone. Wait, there's a center and a zone. Are these all like website games, flash games? Wishbone was funny because it would try to make it half educational, like involving historical events. Kind of like Carmen Sandiego Dog Edition. Wishbone and the Amazing Odyssey might be rad. Palms are sweaty. Mom spaghetti. It was DOS. Oh, okay. It's pretty. Goddamn curse. Like points and click. Oh no, I hate that. But that's what I expected too. Points and click. Not some kind of action platformer. You can play at the classic reload link. Oh, let me take a second to save that window. Let's see. Oop. Damn, that episode is almost over. Damn, it feels like it just started. All right, take a look at this for a second. Oh, there it is, Wishbone and the Amazing Odyssey. All right, I'll play that after this episode. See, Doze is on. I don't know this person. Tends to lurk in some other channels. On More Man's here. I don't know this one either. Yeah, what the hell? Turtle Wax. Lurk, 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 lurk. Lurk for you. Yeah, lurk for you. And back to Wishbone. Point and click. Okay, yeah. No, I'm not gonna play it now. Just wanted to see what it looked like. Godilla wants to see sex in Wishbone. I don't know if they do that. It was a children's show, but you never know. Mickey D stuck in Wishbone Activity Zone. Game of the day, get Wishbone. You've been in bed all day. Uh-oh. Can't follow the story. If critters are gonna take over.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Just pictures of birds this time. Meatloaf, love me some ketchup, ground beef, add some cornflakes, and you're gonna coom. Oh, is that what happened? They were robbed by druggies? Yep, time for bird video. Our favorite bird. The pig bird. The burping, oinking pig bird. Oh, they weren't robbed by druggies? Oh, man. You got my hopes up for druggies in a kid show. What's the story, Pig Bird? Let's make that show. Okay, yeah, this is the Caper Kaylee, not the Pig Bird. Aren't related to Pig Bird. Oh, damn. Or maybe haven't seen this episode. This is the burping burp bird. Yeah, Caper. What's the story, Caper Kaylee? That's
Willow
our friend
ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Totally different guy. Lagopus lagopus. This is a long video. Four minutes, eh? Okay. Shorter than 5 minutes. I guess that works. Can't believe I have watched YouTube video for 500. How much should I put it up to? On your channel, that shit would cost 50,000. So nobody could watch it. You'd have to fucking wait for a whole year to get 50,000 points. You wish Barf could run into one of these? Yeah, we need Barf video for one of these birds. And some Russian dude talks. He says some Russian words. And that's the end of that one. You hate when people are like, watch this dumb video. Bring it down to 1. Nah, that's too low. You gotta have some standards. 500 is the lowest it can go. You'd make exception for bird videos. Maybe have a separate redeem for that. Finnish, Russian dude. Finnish, Russian sounds the same. Secretly the same language. A lot of people don't know that. He would be pissed if he heard that. Not so proud. It's funny how Finns and Russians hate each other, but are basically interchangeable to everyone else in the world. Oh shit. That shit was brought to you by Count Stonkula. $4.99? Isn't that what it is? It is $4.99. Yeah. Finn's language is completely fucked. Suomi, Palata, Cassiopeia, Tuapi, Milijijajagala. That sounds like one of those corrupted AI TTS messages. That's not a language. Secret Finnish. It's a bunch of gibberish. Oh, here's the story. Here's Wishbone's story. He's what is he doing? He's a little thief. That's the type of TTS that Beezers would do.
Suomi Palatakis Ethiopia Duopi Milijilcha Jagla.
You made up words, but apparently palata is a real word. GG Finnish. Could have fooled me. I mean, you did. I thought it was real. I assume some of their words are that messed up with 100 vowels in a row. Jaga. And Bart can do it. Want to go to the library to buy some ground meat to make a roast beef, meatloaf. Don't forget the ketchup. Haluan, Menak, Jastun, Osterman, Jalu, Jahu, Jau, Heliha. Might as well just burp a bunch. Maybe you make the right sounds. Library ground meat is the best meat. Is that like IKEA sells meatballs? Sometimes libraries sell ground meat. IKEA meatballs are supposed to be good, I heard. Also, is it Costco or Sam's Club or Costco has great hot dogs or cheap hot dogs? The real dog's name is Soccer. It's a good name. You can check it out as long as you return it. The meat. So do you have to vomit the meat out or shit it out when you return it? Wishbone's name should have been Brown Circle on the ass. Virtual reality helmets? What? That didn't exist. They're gonna send Wishbone to space. Yeah, what a fake VR headset. It's making that kid sick. Come here, brown circle on the ass. Who's a good boy? Who's got a good circle on their ass? There was a really shitty VR crap back in the day. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows about the Virtual Boy. That's the best we could do back then. You wish he was a Virtual Boy. Probably couldn't afford legit Virtual Boy. Yeah. They had the props department just make this phony piece of crap. Toothpicks and spit. That's the druggie. Just throws that on the ground. Yeah, fucking breaks it. Oh man. Let me break this supposedly expensive ass VR set. Oh, Brady wants to interrupt Wishbone. Why are they arresting me?
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing
Oh
what it's
shit,
doing?
you got
Get
the
it out of
same
my face.
picture? Brady and
Buttered
Stomp.
sausage. Talk about buttered
We
sausage.
both
where it
made
comes
that
from,
same
what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my
really
face.
emo.
I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is
I
Baby
didn't
Huey. I'm the
expect
biggest
that.
duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
I'm done. Do what you want. Hold the club.
World gone mad.
Bravi 2700 Just Redeem Tag Dance.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Great mind, apparently, yeah. It's a good Baby Huey face. He's happy and alive. And not dead. Be good marathon. Stacked. Yeah, stacked alerts. Oh, Oliver Twist. That's the story. I feel like we didn't get much of a Wishbone story. Gonna get dog diabetes. Circle on the ass, supper time. Here's a book with a video, yeah. We don't want to read. Show us how to make CGI special effects. I don't want to read about that. I guess they show you how they make the show sometimes. I don't remember that. I thought they would talk about history or something like you said. Mechas won't be the only one with diabetes. Telling us how they make Wishbone in a Wishbone episode. Wishbone gets no chill at the end. Oh, it's time to check out the game. Let's put this on pause. Pause spelled P-A-W-S. And let's see, this crazy ass game. Point and click crap going on here. Can I make this full screen? Oh, large screen. What the hell is this? Oh, okay, yeah, I don't want to see that. What the fuck? Oh, actually, I had to click on that. Pause. So, what the hell is going on here? Omega got a virus. I guess. Want to make this full screen, damn it. This large screen button does nothing. Bullshit. Oh, that music's so good. Such a good recreation of the TV show music. And that's how it sounds. Yep, that's how it's playing for me. It's skipping. That's how good computers were back in the day. Literally can't tell the difference between this and the show. How do you zoom in to computer screens? Control plus. Yeah, that doesn't work. I tried hitting the large screen button, it fucking does nothing. Maybe there's a better website where it actually works. Large screen, yeah. Might break your shit though. See places you can download it, but no other places You can play online. Could just watch a YouTube video of gameplay. Watch the video. DOSBox is a bitch to set up. This is a video. Where's the actual gameplay? Quote. Gameplay, unquote. Oh, Wishbone, you're disappointing everybody. Come on, Wishbone. Show us an actual game. At least in the video of gameplay, you can just skip around and see what the fuck the game is without actually playing it. I want to see when the gameplay starts. What can I actually do? You think back then live action video was amazing? I remember when it started and I was not really impressed. I was like, Sega CD looks like crap. I don't want to play any of that. Alright, looks like the game actually started. Maybe. Yeah, even PS1. I think people were impressed with that, though. Everyone fell for that. Like, oh shit, CGI cutscenes. Amazing. You gotta no Final Fantasy emotes. Shenbo, no FF7. You always hated 7? Yeah, I never liked any of them really. But 7, yeah, that's when it became popular to play RPGs all of a sudden. And yeah, I didn't care for it. The game, oh, I missed that. The game quality went to shit. Looked like shit anyways. I should make a sub goal of I'll play Final Fantasy 7. Cause yeah, that's probably the last game I would want to play. But some people love it. The game still hasn't started. Oh my god. Game of the day, Wishbone with a quacking duck on his head. Could roll credits now and it would be a better game. At least do a good one like FF5 or 6. Yeah, 6 is the one I heard is like the best. 7 is just like, what the fuck? You like how the entire game looks like it's made in MS Paint? Oh yeah, this would be like Assassin's Creed going back in time and whatever, doing some bullshit. That's what I did. Time for some gameplay. Oh yeah, SpongeBob GBA voice. The screwed up voice. Next video you share is a two-parter. This game is way better than you expected. Oh, is there gonna be a clip for Wishbone? Is he on Twitch? Rip Wishbone. Wishbone gave me 69. Oh yeah, he said magical wine bag. What the hell? In a kid's game? Talking about his magical wine bag. Onto the ship. What the fuck? Settings? Computer settings? There's nothing to do on this boat. What the hell? Can I get off of the boat? A dance of ducks and hues? Oh, is that what Frosty Tools said? High time, let's go high. High performance. Wishbone the dog with a name like a riddle becomes a cosmonaut in a VR farce. Chat's emote game is strong, dance of ducks and hues. Oh, hues like Huey. Weird. That was changed to hues.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Omega stream skips like a broken record, but the show must go on. Yeah, that's the end of a Wishbone game. That's enough of that. Now, where's the video, Godilla? There's no video here. He just said Pig Bird Attack Part 1. How come you didn't mention you? You're the star? Turn it up to high. We need to experience Wishbone on high setting. Where's the video you had for the Wishbone game? Oh, here it is. You could watch that. See how the game's supposed to perform on a real computer. Kind of quiet. Oh shit. Did you make this video, Tap? Is that your voice? There's the playthrough. Oh, okay. Some dude talking all over it though. Alright, we did all that. Wait, it's 2 hours? Oh man, what the fuck? Let's skip around. There's puzzles and shit. Just go to like 30 minutes. Never heard of this game until today. Alright, let's see Godilla's Pig Bird video 2. What happened to part 1? You never put anything. Unless my OBS is it's not showing that first one. Oh, this is a short. You gotta watch it like this. He knows he's in a cartoon. Speedrunner. Yeah, what the hell? This guy's all into speedrunning, Wishbone, the game. The point and click game. Who the hell speedruns point and click? Whoa, lady. Yowza. She got pretty loud there. So that was part 2 of videos you wanted us to see. Oink, oink, oink. He's got the world record. Do you want me to kill him? The bird is aggressive. Attack of Big Bird. The other part angle. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I was looking for that. Might as well pause this. Alright, jump straight to that. Another one of these. Shorts. So that's part 2. There's only one submission. Same guy. Still takes him an hour, 18 minutes. An hour 58, isn't it? Yeah, an hour 58. It must be a long ass game. I can't believe it. Barf thinks they don't fly. They fly and they oink. And they oink and they fly. Will I buy you a capybara? How much are they? World record for this shit? Oh, when he did the world record. Oh, okay. The world record is 118. It's such a weird game to try to world record. What the? You play like some phony chess game? Probably a couple thousand. No, it's too much for a capybara. Quick Omega learn the speedrun and get world record. Can tell how serious he is in the world record video. Yeah, he doesn't talk, right? Or barely. Somebody buy you a capybara. Puzzle game. Looks like checkers or chess. Checkers, I think, right? Yeah. It's like some checker game. Big checkers. Some slow ass progress for a world record. This is as fast as the game goes. Super slow. Oh, they went to hell? Wishbone is in hell? Hades? AKA hell. Fucking duck. Does that sheep have only 2 legs? The bad dog. Two-legged giant sheep. Somebody get the world record for this and make this guy cry. He could beat this easily, yeah. I think there's a chance any of us could speed run this and beat this guy's record. Yeah, what gameplay? There's like nothing going on. This is what every points and click game looks like to me. click click on something, hear a character talk, move on. You put some pots in a hole he dug. Yeah, somehow that made old man McGee come yap at you. How does that make any sense? It doesn't. That's you, Brady? 5-minute cutscene where old guy talks with 2 frames of animation. And let's jump ahead. What the hell? He's burying a dead body? Holy shit. Wishbone, what did you do to that guy? You built different? I didn't expect murder in this Wishbone game. Fucking Wishbone, you evil bastard. What did you do? There he goes, getting away with the crime. Wishbone murked Elfinor. And that's the guy's name? Elfinor? What? He ran away with 2 pixels, 4 frames per second. Hey, this lady has no skin color. They forgot to color her in. Or is she supposed to be painted like the Joker? Wishbone did what needed to be done. Should I? Surprised. You're surprised you didn't have this game? You watch Wishbone a lot. What? What was that? Oh, probably never knew it existed. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the only way anybody would know is if PBS advertised, "Hey, buy the Wishbone game." But I don't think they did. PBS is supposed to be like against profiting supposedly, but then they sell Sesame Street merchandise. Come on, Wishbone. What is that little guy on the bottom right on the stream of the stream? Where? Oh, oh, I see it. That's the guy's. Uh, I don't know. That's his thing. Some weird little monkey or something with shades. I don't know. That's hard to tell. What the hell. It looks like a little monkey. Just noticed that too. Yeah, that's in the video. That's not mine. I don't know what the hell that is. Guy made the tiniest avatar. It sounds like two guys are talking on in his video. Weird. He's pissed off he lost time. Damn it, I lost 2 seconds. Ah. Put it on my stream permanently. Take a little screenshot. Wait, what? Took the screenshot already. What the fuck? Okay. Oh man, what the fuck? Got stuck. I wonder if I even got the screenshot because that's just bullshit was happening there. Pictures, screenshot. Nope, I didn't get it. I have to try again. Take his icon and then break the speed run. Right. Yeah. To make him even more mad. Is that my super tiny icon? What the fuck? Somebody beat my record and stole my icon? Oh, you got the little, okay. I'll make a bigger version of that shit then. I'll just make them bigger and put them on top of that. I see it. Oh my god, what is this shit? Shit looks weird as hell. Hobbiton, put him in there. Wishbone, world record man of the day. Don't test me. Damn, is that guy breathing all fucked up? Shit. Sounds like he's dying. Alright, time to add that little stupid icon. Alright, transform. Shrink this shit down. Should I? Perfect. Look how tiny he made that fucking thing. What the fuck? Why did he make it so small? Shit. God damn. I should make Mega Man super tiny too. Oh, wait, no, that's warping, man. Anybody else hear the guy breathing like he's about to die? Or his friend? I don't know. Somebody else is in the video breathing really hard. Mega tiny. Oh yeah, AI upscale that blurry ass thing. See, I thought it was a monkey. Now looking at it, I don't know. I guess it's a human with shades. Doesn't look like a monkey anymore. He's got the old breathing disease. Let's cut to the end. Oh shit. Wishbone was flying. That was the most exciting part. Oh, you actually did AI upscaling? And it did nothing. And let's check the finale. Wait. Oh, that's what I'm hearing. I left the other video on, I guess. Whoops. Yeah. I thought I fucking paused it. What the fuck? Whoops it easy. That's why he was talking. Yeah, the video was still playing from the pig checkers. No wonder I heard him mention pig, this and that. 'Show us the ending, Wishbone.' Put it in Hobbiton. Let's see how much better it got. Man, it barely looks any different. I don't know. It doesn't look different at all to me. So it changed. That's the new one. Did anyone notice the difference? There's upgraded world record icon. You used unsharp mask to make it extra cursed. 118. Video is at 115. And it's still dragging ass. Story's going by so slow. Wishbone is this guy's dad. Gotta tell mother, yeah. A sharpened one? So what? This one's gonna be better? Oh, okay, yeah. I see. This one does look really different. This one's gonna make it change a lot. Focus on that. Check it out. Replace, yes. Holy shit. That looks worse. Extra sharp. Few lighter pixels up top. It gave him a open bowl skull. Wait, what the hell? No end credits? What a shitty video. Is there a part 2 to this video? What kind of lame shit? World record of the day. What the hell? Puzzle of the day. And that's it. Oh my god. The guy didn't even finish the video. How lame. His own world record video. He's like, fuck it. Good enough. And back to regular old Wishbone. No more of that game. How did that get accepted? Yeah, I don't know. That's how little anybody cared. Like, sure, accept it. Why not? This guy's dad asleep on oxygen in the background. Oh, he's getting wishbone WR. Yeah, take away his record. Report him for shitty video. You're my dog now. Let's get rid of that guy. I don't need to see that. This is not the world record anymore. We don't need to see that. Oh, this is the fucking episode. What? So the game was based on this episode. What the? I thought the game was an original idea or whatever. Nope, it was episode 4. And now we get to watch it all over again. We'll see some pig checkers. I hope so. Or else the game is full of shit. Goddamn liars. They didn't play pig checkers back then. Wishbone's full of lies. You wonder if they would like hair cake? Probably. They were like a bunch of animals. Pretty sick people. Your dog, Dad. Odysseus. Whoop. Didn't mean to do that. What are you looking at? Episode of the day. Holy shit, that's some bad quality video. Can't get any HD Wishbone. Encoded into the mud. Yeah, it looks. Damn, that looks horrible. Even has that VHS video quality on the bottom, the flickering crap. We recorded with the N64. Yeah, that's true. Whenever N64 tried to do video, it would come out looking like that. Pretty shitty low settings. He is now, since I stole him. Oh, you had to go clean, Brady? Okay. What's this, Joe Businessman? The evil guy? The villain of the day? Evil executive, yeah. I was always taught that guys like this were the bad guys in every TV show. And it turns out that's true. All villains. Fucking business people. Fuck you, Suits. Goddamn Suits. No, not the city. Stupid corporate dickheads kiss my ass. Give him hell, Wanda? Is that the lady's name? Hey, Turnbuck, what's up? Lurking, thanks for the lurk. Daps. Daps to you. Which story? This is the Odysseus. Odysseus story. Let's see if the title comes up. Homer, Sweet Homer. The Odyssey. I guess that's the real name, the Odyssey of Homer. Homer's Odyssey, something like that. What's the story, Wishbone? That's my dog. Oh, that's Wanda. Yeah, exactly, Brady. That's my dog. I don't know you. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. You want to fight? What? What was the punching contest? I'm back, baby. Son. Magic wine bag. I'm back, baby. I'm the Joker, baby. Oh shit, the puzzle from the game. It's actually in here. It's in the show. A little different, but it's there. Look at this chump. Dope. Uh-huh. I gotta put that for Wishbone. This is gonna be a great special effect. What? Probably. Oikos. Allow me to translate what he said. Ahem. I just shit my pants. Ah, very interesting. Odysseus. Great was ancient Greek. Yeah, they're gonna take down that suit. Get 'em. Ruin his plans. Oh, ads are gonna start. Oh, they started actually. Take a tiny break.
He's smoking crack. That's like inviting a rainbow-colored fever dream into your life. Imagine Tinky Winky losing their purse. Dipsy dancing like a fiend. La La pulling a wild face. And Poe going on a rant about Tubby Custard conspiracies. It's a chaotic circus of whimsical chaos and pure insanity. Maybe toss in some Barney doing blow for good measure. House party.
Come then, Lila, it's a big world out there, and you're going to make it better. Ascend. Oh yeah, let me choose a good weapon.
McCurr112 asked me, time to sing the Bob the Builder theme. Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder, yes we can. With a twisted grin and some chaos in the mix, we'll fix it our way. Machines and mayhem, tools and tricks. Just like Gotham's finest contractor. There's nothing a little anarchy can't improve. So grab your wrenches, folks.
Just wholesome, family, friendly fun.
Ichabod's asked me, why do you love pigeons? Fuck you talking about pigeons. I ain't got no love for pigeons, cocksucker. You must be mixing me up with some other piece of shit. I ain't got no connection to those feathered fools. Get your facts straight and stop asking me about birds.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit, there's the door. Welcome back, thanks. You don't get it? It's just a tree. Go find a new tree. The story. It's a story tree. You can't replace those. The tree tells us stories. Oh yeah. We did it. We did it, everybody. We saved a tree. You don't think they realize there's billions of trees? Yells at tree, tell me a story. Yeah. Wishbone talks to the trees right before he pees all over them. You get that sandwich? Give me that goddamn sandwich. We're friends now. What the? Hey, they cut off the end. What the hell? I wanted to learn more about the making of Wishbone. Rip off. Boom, boom, boom. Food is the way to his heart. Yeah. Wishbone will be your best friend. Just give him a sandwich. All right. Oh, you got little glitzy bongo poos. Lady knee dance. Is that a frog? Yeah. Frog twerk. Okay, I'm gonna go on break. I gotta go eat. I'll be watching on my phone. I got 100 other, I don't know how many episodes to go. What the hell? 100 more episodes of Wishbone. All Hail Wishbone theme song. Okay. Be right back. Maybe we'll play some video games on this Twitch channel.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza. Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
What?
Brady 2700 just redeemed Play Mega Man.
the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah.
You dead, man. Madre de Dios. Hey, Macus, ready for some video games? Yeah, you missed a lot of Wishbone. Fez. Alright. Fez it is. Library. Fez wins. Gotta install it. Should be a quick install. Happy Easter, everyone. Here's a rotten egg. Oh, somebody wants to make Inside the game of the day. Inside. Gotta install that one too. Oh, that one's gonna take a little bit. A little bigger game. Let's see how much time is there left.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah.
Oh
You
shit.
dead, man.
Alright, Inside. You wasted all those points.
Geachte reizigers, de Jack Express komt elke 6 minuten.
Spring maar op mijn trein. Laat je horen. Tjoeke tjakke, tjoeke tjakke. Tjoeke tjakke, tjoeke tjakke. Kijk mij nou eens hard gaan. Met mijn grote trein. En als ik te snel ga, geef mij dan het sein. Het eindpunt is bijna in zicht, als in mijn droom.
Kuga, Kuga.
Komen wij samen op stroom. Blaas maar op mijn fluitje.
Oh, was that Macca's? You chose Inside? Is that why Brady's mad? Brady mad cause Macca's beat his choice. It's 4:20. Time to smoke a blunt. Time to be like cheeseburger cats. Be like this cat. It's 4:20. La 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 la. Gotta go smoke one real quick. You're missing the best part of the video. La 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 la. Chuga chaka, chuga chaka.
Take a look at this, sir.
Hmm? Oh, I know that guy. He's a nihilist. Carl Hungus.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
Oh yeah!
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
Take a look at this, sir.
Hmm?
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey,
Who
pizza!
wants to
Great,
play
let's dig
video
in.
games?
Yeah, that one's fun.
Bingo!
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Who wants to play
Hey, pizza!
video
Great, let's dig
games?
in.
Bingo!
Yeah, that one's fun.
Who wants to play
Hey,
video
pizza!
games?
Great, let's dig in.
Bingo!
Yeah, that one's fun.
Who wants to play
Hey,
video
pizza!
games?
Great, let's dig in.
Bingo!
Yeah, that one's fun.
Who wants to play
Hey,
video
pizza!
games?
Great, let's dig in.
Bingo!
Yeah, that one's
Who
fun.
wants to play video
Hey,
games?
pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's
Who
fun.
wants to play video
Hey,
games?
pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Who
Yeah, that one's
wants
fun.
to play video games?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Who
Yeah, that
wants
one's
to
fun.
play video games?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig
Who
in.
wants
Yeah, that
to
one's
play
fun.
video games?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig
Who
in.
wants to
Yeah, that
play
one's fun.
video games?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig
Who wants
in.
to
Yeah,
play
that one's fun.
video games?
Hey, pizza! Great, let's
Who
dig
wants to
in.
play
Yeah, that one's
video
fun.
games?
Hey, pizza!
Who
Great, let's
wants
dig
to
in.
play
Yeah, that
video
one's fun.
games?
Hey, pizza!
Who
Great,
wants
let's
to
dig
play
in.
video
Yeah, that one's fun.
games?
Hey, pizza!
Who wants
Great,
to
let's
play
dig in.
video
Yeah, that one's fun.
games?
Hey,
Who
pizza!
wants to
Great,
play
let's dig in.
video
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Sound of the game? Sounds like static. Wait. Everyone shut up. Game started.
And here we go.
That is the game. Sounds kind of messed up. You did 24 pizzas? Great. Let's dig in. It is Pizza Tuesday. Whoa. They're gonna kill me. Oh shit. Damn. Okay. Am I dead? They killed a kid in this game already. Heading home now? Oh yeah. Where did you go? Forgot where you said you were going. Oh shit. Oh man. How do I hide? I don't want to die. I don't want to die, Dad. And then the Diet Mug Root Beer Dana Carvey show. Oh, I made too much noise. Okay. And now we go. Gotta make that a video for stream. Diet Mug Root Beer Dana Carvey show. Hide in the fridge, kid. That's always safe. Oh, I gotta move this, blocking the view of the game. Okay. Here we go. And I think I should turn off the light because this game is spooky. What is this? Random piece of junk. Whoops. Oh shit. No dog. No doggy. Nope. Damn. So long, sucker. Oh shit. Oh, fucking hell. Damn. Evil bastards.
Who wants to play video games?
Grabby 2700 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Bimo!
Doing the duck. Doing.
What? His ears burn? Okay, how do I avoid getting shot? Right. Is the game pretty low? Because it looks like it was barely making any noise, but I could hear it pretty good. Also, is it really dark? It looks fine for me, but my phone kind of shows it a little dark.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
No.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed. I didn't do fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit!
fucking
Brady
sheep.
2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
You didn't do
Brady
fucking shit,
2700
Brady.
just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Oh, no, no, no.
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just
Oh my
redeemed
God,
ID
no.
dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Damn.
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
No.
Brady
Oh,
2700 just
damn.
redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700 just redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Oh,
Brady
fuck.
2700 just
Damn.
redeemed ID dentro fucking cheat.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Brady 2700
You didn't do fucking shit. Of course not. Yeah, it broke. Or I shut it off. Hey, dead pigs. I want some. There you go. Lots of dead pigs. This is what happens when there's no cooldown. Crazy people take over. That's alright. Bring in all the crazies. Oh, what? Oh, that's what I was hearing. Little baby chicks. Okay. And what's this? A lever? A machine? What does that do? I don't know. Cause remember, Omega, you didn't do fucking shit. I know. Oh, wait a second. What are these chicks for? Oh no, we have to kill these little baby birds. Baby birds gotta die. Okay. One of them died. Oh no. This one died. Why? Poor little bird. Godilla's not gonna like that. One of his birds died. Uh-oh. What, do I jump on that pile of dead pigs? Oh, oh, shit. Ouch. And away we go. Yes, there you go. Dead pigs for the save. Well, Godilla doesn't know, won't hurt him. Yeah, don't tell him. Why are all the pigs dead? What's up with that? What's that? Looks like a worm stuck in his butt. think that's exactly what's happening. You're gonna go to Discord, tag Godilla, tell him that you're hurting birds. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. That pig's alive. Pig with a worm in his butt is alive. Oh, nice. Wild pig on the loose. Oh, okay. Now what? Oh shit. Oh, got the worm out of his ass. Alright, pig. What can we do with you? Mess with his light. What the? Oh shit. The fuck? I get to control zombies? Say what? All the zombies. This game just got crazy. Crazier. We're pulling. And done. Alright. Bring on the Godilla. Alright. Okay. Get snap out of that. Pretty cool. Crazy game. Ouch. Godilla's gonna be mad at me. Let's hope so. Oh, look at all those zombies. Look at all those chickens. Cheeseburger. Oh, shit.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Who wants to play video games? Bimo!
Cheeseburger wants to watch videos. Oh, I think I remember this. Is that the Donkey Kong rappers? DK Donkey Kong. That's the Donkey Kong rappers for sure. Hell yeah. Because the border's in order. Hell yeah. The border's in order. And we got Donkey Kong rappers working for Hammer. And that was a Taco Tuesday commercial. Perfect. It's too bad that they hate, well, Hammer hates burgers, but oh well. Probably hates cats too, that bastard. Swing. The hammer dance emotes. Lady Gaga. Prospector Jam. Oh, that's some other weirdo. Okay. Some other weirdo doing his own little dance. More chicks. I hear more little chicks somewhere. Oh, open a window. More little baby birds. To kill. Oh. Different birds. Not gonna hurt those birds. Or am I? Is this game about killing birds? Oh shit, yeah. Maybe that works. Yes. Oh shit. Damn it. Hey. Gonna drop a safe on some birds. Shit. Oh, fucking hell. Ow. Do I run or what? Alright. Bam. This game is another classic. like Limbo and Max. Curse of Brotherhood. That's a weird shit going on here. Left Behind. Okay, I did something. That looks like a bomb. But you really wish you had enough points? You haven't seen such a good video to share. You have seen a good video. Oh. What's that for? Oh shit, okay. Zombies, come out. Wait, why is that one going that way? Don't get it. Oh, okay, they're standing on something. Some panels. Hey, video. I guess now's a good time.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. I like what you got. Good job.
Low clips. There we go. Brady playing some awesome wrestling game.
I'll figure that out later.
Gigi taps out and Cap for the win.
Fire Godzilla. Oh, Count Stonky.
Oh man, it doesn't have music. It's all quiet. That's weird. Ah, the chicken still farts and burps. That's good.
Gotta have farting chickens. Farting, burping chickens.
And it says I have 666
There's Godzilla.
That's
funny. With more burps.
No, don't. Rydia, that does nothing. Stop trying to poison. If Cecil kills one of these zombies with one hit, I will be amazed. What the fuck?
Hello? More clips.
She.
And it broke. Thanks for the shout out. Very well. Extremely good news last night. What was it? Last night you asked your girlfriend. She's, oh, okay. She said yes, you're engaged. Gonna get married. Oh shit. Congrats to Vidya. And he gets a clip for that announcement. Let's see, cheeseburger at McDonald's. Yeah, congrats, Vidya. That's awesome. Good news. Good news all around.
Nice, baby.
Everyone, 3 cheers for Vidya getting engaged. GG, Vidya. That calls for a duck dance, I believe.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Omega Mag 10 just redeemed tag dance.
And a little message from Sonic.
Hey, congratulations on getting engaged and for 100%ing my games.
There you go. Yeah. Pretty big fucking deal. That's amazing. Didn't expect that today. Good job. Good job, Vidya. When's the wedding, and are we all invited? Everybody in chat. Can we can you stream the wedding? And we'll all be there. A Twitch wedding. Uh-oh. Whoa. Shit. Wedding date is unknown at this time. Definitely not gonna stream it. That's a good decision, yeah. Ah, shit.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
This better be wedding related. Perhaps the most unfortunate name for a diet candy. Diet candy. Who makes diet candy? Oh, yeah. I remember that. Ugh. Peanut butter aids. My favorite. Dirk works. Wait, there's more shit? This video just goes on for 20 seconds. Extra for no reason. Just to promote Dirkworks. Okay. Peanut butter aids. Oh yeah, there's a reason you don't have a cam on your stream. Value privacy too much would be doing the avatar thing like you, but your computer isn't powerful enough. Really? I didn't know computers needed to be that powerful. Let's see, where the hell's the music? Oh, yeah, I shut it off actually. There we go. I want to have a little bit of music when I pause. Right there in the background. Yeah, privacy, very important. Sorry, what? Want to lose weight? Get AIDS. Peanut butter AIDS if you can find them. What's this? More AIDS videos? Cheeseburger? Cheeseburger wants everyone to get AIDS. More AIDS for everybody. Get AIDS, lose weight. I mean, you will lose weight if you get AIDS. They're not lying. I've seen what AIDS does to people. You will lose a lot of weight. That is for sure. Especially peanut butter AIDS. Oh my god, more AIDS? Cheeseburger handing out more AIDS. Wait, is this about AIDS? This looks like something else. The fuck? What happened there? Oh shit, Peepee's here. Cheeseburger AIDS would be a good screen name. Keep your AIDS away from Brady. Oh, we didn't see McDonald's. McDonald's, shout out. Anybody else? Yeah, I think that's everybody I've seen in chat today. Oh shit. Broken again. This shit breaks down every other shout out. What the hell's going on? McDonald's just got done killing a few people, remember?
I don't know what the fuck I just picked either. What did I just pick?
Oh, playing ET calendar game.
Yeah, is it really? Oh shit, I didn't notice that. Hold on. Wait. Is it really? Hold on. School, that's creepy. I don't know my GB. All my friends are on it, yeah.
Cheeseburger, is there some sort of explanation for the video? Nope. So I'll just sit here with all your questions about that video. A quarter pounder killed. Do you use AIDS to stay in shape? You gotta wait till... What's today? The 3rd? 3 more days for that to work again. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, that bot's dead. Died on Sunday. Do not hear how McDonald's gave a few people food poisoning and killed a guy in Colorado. Yeah, I heard that. I remember that story. Macca's killed Al Joker. Al Joker. Instead of Al Roker. AI Joker, it's all his fault. Appreciate that since the bot isn't working. Didn't just take your points. Oh yeah, it's automatic. Gives you your points back. Or it doesn't take them, I don't know. One or the other. AI. Oh shit. Got a town full of zombies. What is going on in this world? Has the whole world gone mad? I don't know, it could be North Korea. Not sure yet. But knowing Mechas, he probably killed Al Roker too. Awesome. Figured that out. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. Ooh, giant robot. Oh shit, no. Oh, damn it. Ads gonna start. Okay. Run those ads. Be right back. He was
Passed
also
away?
Dexter's
Yes,
rival,
quite.
Mandark.
Listen, this is the same room I was in last
Yeah.
night, but it's not the same room I was in last night. I sure don't know what's going on around here.
And he was the
at rest.
Taco Bell cat
Listen, are you sure you don't remember me and my pals?
in some commercial.
not, sir. Yeah, well, you're gonna remember us, because I'm gonna go get the cops. Muy pronto.
Help! Oh, yipes! Oh.
With a huge ass wearing a diaper to then dance in a school's band department and break a piano by gyrating against it. What kind of crazy shit are you talking about, cocktucker? I ain't got time for no baby duck nonsense, and sure as hell ain't breaking no piano with my moves. Iron Mike's got better things to do than be part of that wild scenario. You gotta keep your head straight and not fall into that trap, stick to the stream and enjoy the games. Keep it close.
Umbran Crow 1215 asked me, roast
Oh, no,
BHABs.
she hasn't been
BHABs,
here.
huh? More like be lame buzzing around the hive of mediocrity. You're the type of person that'd get lost in a one-way street with a GPS. If brains were honey, you'd be scraping the bottom of an empty jar. You're like a bee that forgot how to sting. All buzz and no bite. But hey, at least you're consistent. Consistently underwhelming. Keep on buzzing. Maybe one day, you'll find the nectar of competence.
Yash Games Live asked me, why are they going to kill the top 1% and split up the rich people's money with everybody? The fuck you talking about, killing the top 1% and splitting up their money? That's some wild conspiracy nonsense, cocktucker. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You got to keep your mind straight and not fall into that trap. It's just some crazy talk. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games, piece of shit.
Omegam 47 Grand Pitchy. Oh, the mysteries of the digital realm. Maybe they're off plotting with the Teletubbies or diving into a pile of Legos. Perhaps they're just lurking in the shadows of the internet, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce back into the chaos of chat. Keep your stick on the ice. They'll resurface when the time's right. Until then, let's embrace the anarchy. I'm the Joker.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me.
I'm the Joker, baby. Is this game by the people that made Limbo? I think it might be. It came in a bundle with Limbo. I got them together, Limbo and Inside. So there's a chance they're probably from the same creators. Rest in Pepperoni, Al Roker. Welcome back. Thanks video. Alright, back to some more platforming puzzle action. Let's see. Where was I? Flip a switch. Hide from the robot light. Run, 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 run. Let that pass. Lift this up. Nope, not enough time. So what the hell? Okay, there's a problem here. Okay, I don't have to flip that yet. Alright, cool. Puzzle solved. Boom. That stays up. Some kind of switch here. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, it's a lot like Limbo. So I wouldn't be surprised if they made this. After Limbo was, I think, a pretty big success. And away we go. Woo. Oh shit. Sport. It's gonna break, isn't it? No? Okay. Oh shit, shit, shit. No, get up, kid. No. Ow. Uh-oh. Robot camera. Gotta act dead. Whoops. Camera's right on me. Goddamn. Shit. Get away from me, camera. What? I guy jumped? Do we all have to jump? Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah. No. Stupid button gets stuck. Piece of crap. Whoops. Jump. Whoops, whoop, whoop. Bam. Alright, safe. We're out. Out of the square. Oh shit. Turn to the left. Some zombies scratch their balls. Scratching the crotch. Oh shit, there's a dog. Oh no. Oh no. Don't look at me, dog. Oh. the hell? Damn. Brutal. Guess I just gotta run at some point. Alright. Looks like the volume did get pretty loud there. Alright, dog. Screw you. I'm just gonna run. Turn that light away. I'm out of here. Whoa! Safe. Oh no, the fucking dog. Oh shit. Ah, no. Damn. Can't outrun that. Okay, can I hide? Shit. Oh, okay, tricked them. Alright. And that's it. Oh shit. Wait a second, what? Oh damn. Seems like I need 2 blocks. Oh wait, that guy just went through? Okay, yeah, I guess he could fit. Damn. I need something to... Yeah, what the hell? I got a puzzle here. That dog sounded sad that he wasn't able to kill you. Yeah. Poor murderous dog. Maybe I can bash it down. Boom. Nope. Okay. Thought he was getting ready to pick up that gate. Nope, can't do that. So what the hell? What can I do here? It's not that. Anybody see a solution for this? Because I don't. I don't get it. If only there's another block. Nope. Yeah, they got me here. Did I miss something? Should I get to kill the dog and bring his body over here? Jump. Jump, dog. Jump. Damn it. Might as well try this side. And more deaths. Can I attach the box to the cable? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you could. These are all the controls I have. Move, grab, jump. Push the box to the square I'm standing on. And yeah, I can't reach that. Damn, seems like there's a missing box or something. What else can I put on there? Or what else can I stand on? Yeah, I don't get it. I was thinking kill the dog and bring his dead body over. I don't know, that's shit. But he'll kill me if I go over there, I think. He'll kill me right away. feel like I tried everything, so let's go die with the dog. We can't even jump away from there. Yeah, so doesn't seem like you can do anything with the dog. Hoping you could attach the box to the cable and use it to smack the dog with it. Yeah, so this solution's gonna be really weird, I think. I think we came up with every possible solution. And none of them work. And I don't see any other solutions here. Boom. If only you could break this shit. Oh man, I hate looking at the walkthrough. But I think got no choice. Wait, maybe I can push this over the edge? No. Damn it. Too far. Yeah, holy shit. Gotta look at walkthrough, see what the easy ass solution was the whole time. Inside walkthrough coming up. Says it's a 2-hour game. Somebody's walkthrough 100%ing it too. Shit. Okay. According to the walkthrough, I'm like 25 minutes into it. Around there. Okay, the kid is going across this thing here. Oh, fuck. Shit, it is simple. What the fuck? God damn it. My brain ain't working. It's so simple, but god damn it, I was not thinking right. This is how you get back up. Holy shit. What the fuck? Now you can climb up that thing over there. And use the zombie. Fucking hell, that... I don't know why I couldn't see that.
back, baby.
Oh shit, Uni's back, baby. Let's see, do I get off here? Nah, nothing's here. What's up, Uni? Welcome in. Welcome to see me fail at some easy puzzles. And I'm stuck again. Hello, hello. Good afternoon to the best Fall Guys player, Uni. Let's see that clip. That same clip.
It's like, don't burn the house.
I dropped one.
Got him.
Got him. Hey guys.
Get him.
I'm
Oh
dumb.
no.
I'm dumb.
Ah, man. Okay. Stuck again. What can the zombie do here? Oh, Mac. He can jump. Oh, he can climb up here. Yes. I see it. Ah, shit. Okay. Oof. Damn it. Right when I think I figured something out, I didn't figure shit out. What can I put up here? You need to play again when your internet is in total garble. BRB must take this call. Okay. Yeah. Let me know whenever. Another probably super easy puzzle that I don't see how to figure out. I don't know if that does anything. Probably not. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit, there's another one of these for the zombie? Damn, what is this gonna do? Oh shit. Secret zombie. What the hell? That's weird. Oh wait, no. Can't go through it. Damn, just noticed that other mind control device. Oh shit, no. Can't do that. Gotta put the kid at a safe spot here. And then I could do it. Then fall out. Bring him back. Yay, I didn't have to look at the walkthrough. I'm the best. I'm smart again. Alright, now what is this shit? This doesn't seem safe. I gotta drop the kid somewhere. Right here. Yeah, I think that's it. Woo! Into the water. This looks like a lever or something. Alright. I mean a lever, handle. And take this to the right. Alright. Making progress without looking it up. Okay, lowers the water. You're back, Uni. Yeah, definitely. Let me know when you're able to play with good internet. And let's win some more crowns. This game feels like gamer homework. It's a lot of tough to figure out puzzles here and there. Lift it up, kid. Can you open this? Wait, do I want to do this again? Oh no, I don't think I want to come back here, do I? That can't be right. Yeah. So can you control the slaves even though you're not on the rope? Uni, celebrate. No, you need that helmet, that thing on the end of that cable. Yeah, it seems like that's the only time you can control them. Alright, I think I need a platform then. Should be something around. Oh shit, I'm drowning? Oh, no. Damn, he drowns pretty fast. Okay. I think, there's nothing over here, right? Nah, nothing. I think I just gotta do this quickly. Maybe hit the button. Swim, 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 swim. Yeah, okay. Okay, now I got a platform to ride on. Little raft. Excellent. Here we go. How long did I say the walkthrough was? Because now I think I'm like 30 minutes into it. Oh, like 2 hours, okay. A quarter of the way through. Yeah, 2 hours. Oh shit, no. Oh, bad timing. Yeah, 1 hour, 57 minutes. And I think I'm like 30 minutes into it. Oh. Get away. And hide? So, oh. This shadow hides me. Damn. Do not trust that. Need more time. Bunch of zombies in there. Holy shit. Damn. They don't give you enough time for this. Hurry, 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 hurry. Oh no. Damn. Would you let your child's son have a sleepover? Oh, you're asking Macho Man? Yeah, that's not working. Gotta wait till December 6th. No shit. Damn, 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 damn. Fuck. Oh. Hide. Oh, damn. This doesn't look safe. But I got no choice. Oh, you thought you were asking Mike Tyson? Yeah, he's... I haven't noticed how funny Tyson is. Calling everybody a piece of shit. And asking them what the fuck you talking about. Tyson's pretty great. Do I want to swing across? No. It's a long ass chain. Uh-oh. Okay, damn. Macho Man would have been funny too, though. Wonder what he would say. He would throw in cream of the crop for sure. Ooh yeah. Michael Jackson's The Cream of the Crop. Uh-oh. Dogs, more dogs. Can dogs swim? I think dogs can swim. Don't drown, don't drown. Okay. Is there anything to pick up? Nope. Nothing. There's a killer dog on the loose. Fuck you, dog. No. Damn it. Alright. How to avoid this? Oh no, he chases you no matter what. Fuck. Did I know if I jump in water to try to run away from bees, they'll just wait for me to come back up to sting me? Really? I thought they would go away. Come on, dog. You gonna jump in the water? Yes, you are, you fucker. But can you dive? Alright, cool. Should be safe. Yes. Excellent. Oh my god, fucking 3 dogs. Jesus. Oh no. Oh my god, fuck this. No! Ah. Damn, 3 dogs. Brutally killing me. They don't have police officers here. They have dogs. Whoa, almost got me. F you dogs. Go to hell. They have dogs and robots, I guess. Somebody's controlling those cameras, or is it all AI? Am I the only human alive? I guess we'll find out. Zombies, robots, dogs. We got it all. Do you remember dogs? Yeah, the bounty hunter. Yeah, I remember that. Wait, these guys want to kill me? Oh, I guess those are just regular people. Okay, they look like the zombies. Everyone looks the same, I guess. Shit. This guy comes up. Going about his business. Both go inside. Close the door. Nope. Okay. Try to sneak through. Oh, there's a little sub. Interesting. Can I go inside? Remember his girlfriend that had those huge titties? Yeah, I remember South Park making fun of that. Oh, damn. Can I use this sub or what? Saying they really were huge, yeah. It wasn't enough that Dog the Bounty Hunter looked crazy as hell. His girlfriend also had to stand out. Gotta get in that sub somehow. Nope. Yeah, there's no way I can make it down there without something. Oh, do I go in? Oh, okay. Go to the top, of course. Yep. Awesome. That makes sense. Go through the top. What was I thinking? Going through the side. What the hell? And now we go to the bottom of the ocean. You remember at the time Hawaii had the most meth addicts compared to the whole entire world in their location or something? Yeah, did that change? I think it still might be like that. Unless they took some drastic measures and somehow prevented a lot of the meth addiction. You think so? Unless Dog the Bounty Hunter put them all straight. Yeah, he was not really doing much. Just arresting them. I'm sure hardly any of them changed their ways. What's going on? What is that? Oh, what the? Nobody said I could do this. Got a charge move. Bam, what the? Now it's getting scary. I don't like the deep dark ocean. What is that? Giant killer fish? Oh, crack in the wall. Boom. What kind of creepy monsters are we gonna see here? Oh, see a red light? That can't be good. Hey, Savage. Welcome in. How's it going, Savage? You get past that witch, Boxer, and Thunder Ray? Shout out to Savage. Man, playing Metroid Fusion, I think. Or is it Zero Mission? I think that's Fusion. Not yet, but got her moves figured out though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I put it on rookie easy mode for some of those fights. They're pretty tough. You gotta really study their patterns. I'm on a mission to save the people from the submarine. I was trying to go see the Titanic. Oh shit, yeah. The people that died in that sub. She cheats? Yeah, it seems like all the boxers in that game, man, they pull off so many different moves. And some you can't block, some you can't dodge. Shit, man, you gotta be on your toes for every little punch they make. This looks breakable. Right? Was I missing something up here? No, I guess not. Yeah, it's a pretty tough game right now. Hopefully I can get used to it. One more. Still like a fence thing around there. Oh shit, what? Can I break through that? Damn. Guess not. Where else can we go? Oh, I gotta leave the... Okay, I think that's what I gotta do. Leave the sub behind. That sucks. This sub was pretty cool to use. Hey, what? No, get back in there. Wanna get closer to the wall. And now we could escape. So long, sub. Yeah, I think could go airborne. I didn't know that till just now. It's an awesome vehicle, man. And I have to leave it. You're going to start again around 10 p.m. Yeah, I gotta play that again at some point. Oh shit, no, 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 don't drown, don't drown. No, 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 no. Shit. Yep, can't dive around here. Figured you'd start with normal before. Oh, yeah, I want to get used to it. So I'll do easy and then move up little by little. Alright. I knew it was gonna be tough from watching the trailer for that game. It looked insane, so I was like, damn, maybe I'll try easy first. Okay, nope. Just gotta hit the switch and see what happens. Oh fuck. Oh no. Damn. That means I should open this up. If I can, I can. So what's up with this? I gotta be able to hide from those things. Yeah, it's harder than Punch Out for sure. I can't really predict what punches they're gonna throw. Should I duck or dodge? Dodge left or right? Or just block? You gotta really study each fighter. Alright. No way I could jump over them. Alright. Safe, I guess. There you go. That's all I had to do. Yeah, Punch Out, I could at least figure out a lot of the patterns pretty easily. But this one, even with the first fighter, I was like, what the fuck? I can't follow this shit. Oh, what the hell? What happened? Oh, damn. Okay, dead end. It's crazy. It seems that they switch it up with their moves. Yeah, it felt like some of the fights were not even the same anymore. Like, after losing so many times, I was like, damn, they're switching up. Like every match. Okay. Jump. Right, this is probably gonna kill me too. Oh, it's raising that. Oh, there's my sub. It's back. Alright. Oh, now I could do the jump. Oh, I can't go over? Okay. Gotta go under. And now I could do that awesome jump. And explore the deep sea. Break this. Boom. Ads. Let's start them up. Another breakable wall. Door. Zing. Oh, that's a switch, right? Yeah, I gotta lower the water. That's a button. Want to play a badass game? Play Elderborn? Bought it 4 years ago on Steam. Elderborn. Damn, I don't know what that is. Never makes me think of Elden Ring, but I doubt it's anything has any connection. Elderborn, yeah, never heard of it. Let's see. Oh shit. Wait, no, could I fit through here? Yeah. Great, let's dig in. It's an awesome game, awesome music, Conan the Barbarian style stuff. Oh, so it's mostly action. Let me see a trailer for it real quick. Let's see. Elderborn. Trailer. Metal as fuck slasher. A Savage Quest, Barbarian. GOG. Yeah, it looks cool. Very Conan the Barbarian like. Wouldn't mind if somebody gifted me that. And the music is just like that. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was some cool heavy metal. Instantly hooked after the first 20 minutes. How much is it right now on Steam or GOG or whatever? Oh shit, no. Don't drown. You got 20 people to get that game and they love it. You'll check? Okay, thanks, yeah. Oh no, fuck. Oh crap. Oh no, there's no way out. Shit. I'm dead. Okay, what can I do here? Do I want to lower the water? Oh, I see. I think, yeah. Should leave the sub on that side. That's where I screwed up. Yeah, okay, solve that. More sub jumping. And wall breaking. Boom. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh no. What? Oh fuck. Damn. Got some weird ass monsters in here. A girl from The Ring or some shit. No, fuck. Damn it. But she's naked. Okay, run away from this crazy ass monster lady. Fuck. Okay, I gotta use the boost. Hurry.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey,
Back to
pizza,
summons you.
great, let's dig
Brady.
in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Hey, pizza, great, let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Damn. Can't escape. Oh man. Not even one boost. Shit. Oh wait, don't tell me. Oh shit, the light stops her. Okay. This is like the booze in Mario. Get away. Get the fuck away. Oh, what happened? What the fuck? Oh, my light goes off when I do the boost. Okay, shit. Steam for 21 and something cents, but right now, where there's a sale, you can buy for $4.24. Where's that? Alright, keep away, ghost. Weird ghost mermaid. Girl from the Ring creature. Oh, I see this, maybe. Yeah, keep her out. Excellent. Oh, Steam is where you get it for $4.24. One, two. Yeah. Oh shit. Feels like I'm slowing down here. Shit. Yeah, 424 sounds pretty good. So long, sub. You were a good submarine. Oh, shit. Oof. Too heavy. Okay. Do, 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 do. Shit. 19. Okay. Whoa. The hell? Interesting. Gotta put 19 bodies in that thing. Think I can do anything there. We're going down. All the way down. Yeah, 4 years and you still haven't beaten Elderborn? Damn. Is it really tough, or you just started playing some other games? I know I always do that, play something else and forget about stuff. Alright, maybe just moving this for now. Oh shit. I don't know about that. Oh, damn it. Okay, you're playing other games on the side, but some of the bosses are harder than hell, but you can get them. Oh shit, now I think I'm trapped. Yeah, I'll have to check it out, see if I can get through it. I would want to try to beat it in a couple of streams, if possible. Oh shit, no way, no way, get the fuck. Nope. Can't survive that. Somehow I need to get up there. Control these guys. Damn, but I'm kind of stuck. Oh, that's not right. Oh shit, I'm starting from here. Fuck. I really am stuck. No way I can reach that. Can't do anything with these zombies. Can't climb this. Damn, okay. They want me to go underwater somewhere. Where the hell? Oh, okay, I could come back here. Alright, yep. Swing. Right, here we go. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh man. Okay. Damn, I thought I was dead. Damn, okay, that's cool. You can actually control them and run around. Okay, pick me up. Throw me. Awesome. Alright, need to bring this thing down. So, take the helmet off. Somehow, how did I take it off? Because I know they're gonna die if I walk over there. Damn, I don't know. The hell? Let's stop them from jumping into the pit. What other moves do I have? They didn't fall. Amazing. Alright, cool. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit, I guess they just stick with me now. Alright, so got a bunch of zombies now. What can we do here? Oh shit. No, I can't. Unless they don't die from falling. These guys. Shit. I hope these guys are not dead. Okay, pick me up and throw me over there. And fall to your deaths. Nope, they stay still. Okay. Hello? Wake up. Gotta drag this dead body. Still counts, I guess. Dead body still counts. Okay, yeah, they survived. Did I miss something? Oh, these guys. Alright, now we could pick this up. Hell yeah. Okay, they gotta throw me. Yeah. Oh, there's some more up over there. see, yeah, this is... Crazy little puzzle here. Oh shit, no, fucked it up. Oh hey, Boneless, thanks for the lurk. Ooh, shit, almost. Sort of. There we go. Yeah. I don't know it's 20 yet, but it's a lot. No, still missing some, I think. Where else? Bottom left, I think. Come on, boys. Let's count you up. Four more. Oh, including me? Wait, nah, I'm gonna need 4 more. I think. So, bottom left. Oh yeah, shit. Should do a shout out for Boneless. Boneless shout outs.
See what I'm thinking. I'm gonna do great against all those ghosts. I mean, if it were ghosts, that'd be great because I've historically done better against ghosts in Tekken than I have against real people. Like, I'm sure if I fought, well, I know that I can't beat Lobs. Yeah, she probably did mean die. You're probably not wrong there, Tome.
Alright, Boneless, are you on right now? Let's give you an alert if you are. Oh, not yet. I don't see your name. Let me refresh this. No. Actually, open another Twitch page. And let's see if you're on. No. Blitzy's on, Lotus Chaos, BFF Hypnos. Insomniac, those Lawnmower Job. Oh, Turnbook. Let's get a Turnbook alert. Alright, back to the game. Looking for 4 more zombies. Okay, now we got enough manpower. Pull this shit. And what good is this? Not sure. I see a rope. And a new area. Okay, dead end there. Oh no. More bots. Another bot. Ban. Medium-sized turnstile. And can't deny that message. Banned medium, yep. Okay. Okay, what do I want this thing for? Okay, there's more. Should I leave that there? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Jump. Jump. Throw his ass. Come on. Jump. There we go. Hey, they keep pushing, okay. Looking for 4 zombies. Shit, what? Hmm. Oh. Okay, I think I get it. Wait, what the fuck? Now it went higher? Hmm. Whoa. Alright, that's all I needed. Oh, it is 3 more? Okay. Just 3 more. Plus me. Let's go, boys. We're home free. Everybody get out. Excellent. Whoa. Oh, fuck. Damn. Okay. Oh no. Boom. Sound waves. Oh, fuck. Damn. Meow. Oof. Oh. Not a good place to hide. Okay. Damn, I don't see anywhere else to hide. Where else can I go? I gotta look at the walkthrough again. God damn it. Okay, shit. Damn it. Oh fuck. They messed me up with this lever. I shouldn't stop this thing at all. Just follow it when I can. Uh-oh. Oof. Okay, timing's off. Oof, nope, nope, nope. Okay, I guess there is a point to this lever then. Oh shit, no. Bad timing. Limb side, the curse of the braid hood. Boom. And now's a good time. Oh, maybe not. Shit. Oof. Oh shit, no. Okay, gotta get way ahead of it. Bam. Oh, I got away with it, okay. No. Oh man, the timing to this shit. Boom. Alright, got away with that one. Oh shit, hey Twizane. What's up, homie? Still shout out to Twizane. Let's see if any. Wonder if you have clips. You haven't streamed in a long time, right? Thanks for stopping by. Let's see if anything comes out. You like all the characters? Yeah, I've been drawing them for everybody that subs. I ain't been asleep. Yeah, no clips, I guess. That's alright. Shout out anyways. Let's see. Wait for the boom. Run. Hide. Boom, alright. Let's get the fuck out. Hell yeah. Thanks to Zane, I think you helped me get through that part. So Zane inspired me to get through that. And safe. Alright. The game's pretty nuts. It's called Inside. Have you ever seen this? Oh shit. I opened that to let the sonic boom in. Yeah, this is like platform puzzle. Oh shit. Damn. The hell? I thought that was protecting me. Fuck. Yeah, you really gotta figure out what the hell to do right now. I had to look up the solution to that last part, so I didn't get it at all. This thing should protect me. Damn, what the hell? Seems like it protects me whenever it feels like it. So there's sonic booms killing me. And I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't. When I get on there, it seems like that's when it's no longer protecting me. So I don't get it. What the hell do I do? Looks really good. Yeah, this is a cool ass game. I didn't know it was gonna be this good. I barely heard about it like this year, I think. And this is one of the games that was on sale together with Limbo. And I bought another one, Braid, that was on sale too. It's another classic puzzle game I never really got to play much of. Let's see. Sonic Boom. Run. Damn, nope. Shit. What could it be? Why does this thing flip around? Oh, I think I see something. Maybe I can hang off the edge right here. Oh no, that's not it. Damn it. Okay. Oh, really? You got all of those? Braid and Inside? Damn. So you already know about these games then. Limbo. Yeah. This game's supposed to be like a 2-hour game, so I'm like halfway through, I think. But struggling to figure out how to get through some of this shit. Is this kid skinny enough to hide behind this? Shit, no. Ads are gonna start up. It's a boy's silhouette with white eyes. Oh yeah, Limbo. Yeah, that's Limbo, where it's all black and white. It's kind of like this though, like the way the kid jumps around. Oh shit. Moves around like that, pushing stuff, solving puzzles. Yeah, real similar. I'm not sure, but it might be the same creators, same developers that made both. I think Video was saying that. It looks like it might be the same people. Damn, so what the hell? I feel like I gotta look at the walkthrough again. Already. Oh, there's the ads. Video. Oh, missed that. What'd you say? Video. All these modern 2D platformers. It is nice this genre has seen a revival over the past decade. Same for 2D beat 'em up. Yeah, really, because I think that these games are a lot of times more fun than the new stuff that's coming out. I'd rather play some beat 'em ups and side-scrolling games than Call of Duty, of course, I don't like that. Yeah, anything that's been popular in the last couple years, I have no interest in them. It is the same company? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're stuck in Adland. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Shit, so anybody know how to get through this? And why does this thing get blown away only when you reach this area? That's weird as hell. If I center that thing? No, that's not good. Shit. Is it being held in place by something on the ground? Oh, I think I see this yellow. Oh shit. Now I see it, okay. Damn. The yellow railing or whatever. Bam, okay, get this. I got it now. One more boom. Boom. Gotta reach that next one. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oof, alright, cool. Got it. Didn't have to look at the walkthrough. Awesome. BRB, jumping on desktop, getting off mobile. Alright, Savage. MetaQuest virtual goggles are pretty cool. Oh, you got that? You actually got MetaQuest virtual goggles? Damn. Yeah, I haven't tried anything like that. Okay, oh shit. Alright, let's see, this thing protects you. Oh, fuck. I was off by like fucking inch. Ad came out. Oh, that's a new thing? I thought they've been having those. Yeah, hide right there. Oh shit. No. Damn it. Damn, this is a lot of timing puzzles. Wait for that arm. Move around. There we go. Safe. Awesome. So an ad came out for some new goggles. Yeah, I think that shit's gonna probably take over. Once they make it look really nice, where your average person's gonna fall in love with that virtual reality shit. It's gonna take over. People just don't like the way it looks right now, but it'll get there. Technology will always advance, and people are gonna lose their shit once it gets really good. Let's see, we'll watch the ad right now, see how that is. MetaQuest virtual goggles. Oh, escape. Gotta escape. Damn. Gonna die. I don't see any exit here. I'm already close to death. And I'm dead. Oh, I gotta lift this. Escape. Get out, get out, get out. Surface. Get out. Alright, I gotta check out this MetaQuest thing you're talking about. Let's see what that's all about. I see reviews from a month ago. Let's see. MetaQuest 3. 5 months ago. 1 day ago. I don't know if this is the right thing, but let's check it out. Oh, wrong window. Let's see. MetaQuest. There we go. Is this it? It says a day ago. Captured on Quest 3. This is for a certain game. Grit Alone. I would play this. This looks cool. I mean, the fact that it's virtual reality, get to move around, that always makes it fun. By Grit Alone. Cosmic action horror. There's other videos. I don't know if they're older, but let's see. Fitness on MetaQuest 3, not moved. From 5 months ago, some fitness game, no. Not interested in that. Stranger Things VR, 9 months ago, that's super old. By now. It's looking fuzzy now. You mean the static? The TV static? That's on purpose. I put that on purpose just for the fuck of it. See what this guy has to say about it. I don't get how how it works. I fooled you? You reset Twitch? No, yeah, I just do that static thing to make it look like TV shit. Like a fucked up old TV. Okay, so the games you download onto the goggles themselves, right? Oh shit, Batman? That's cool. Virtual reality Batman? Cool. Should be pretty fun. Glasses? Hmm. Meta account. You're from Australia? I didn't know that. Single 1832. Oh, I think I saw this in the store, in the computer store, but I didn't get to check out any games or anything. I think you gotta ask for someone to turn it on or some shit. 3 and 3S. Damn, yeah, the 3S looks better. Mm, A, f- a few grams of weight, who cares? Oh, I can't carry that 11 grams of fucking extra weight. Oh, boo. Got rid of the headphone jack. Oh, yeah, you're from Australia. That's why you go by Macca's, right? Australians say Macca's instead of McDonald's. Makes sense. Is that Osama bin Laden? What the fuck? What was that? Hmm, interesting. What does Australia McDonald's have that we don't? Hmm, kangaroo burgers or some shit? Oh, Japan sells rice inside the burgers, or just rice on the side or something. Yeah, definitely. China, Japan, they gotta have all sorts of weird shit. A lot of fish, probably. More fish options. Side order of rice. Yeah, I guess. I guess that would make sense. Gotta gotta go with what people like over there. Lots of rice. Bobo. Oh, just for the straps? Jesus. Gotta buy separate add-ons and shit. Yes, mostly seafood. Yeah. They they actually like seafood a lot. Unlike over here where seafood is like a vegetable or some shit. We hate vegetables. That looks cool. Swimming with the sharks. Vegetables. Ah. Whoa. Oh shit.
Vegetables, BWAHH.
What?
Vegetables, BWAHH.
Damn it, Bart. You're not supposed to read the letters. He fucked it up. Bart, you idiot. You little. Wonder how immersive it is. Shit. I think it'll be really fun just being able to look around and actually see a virtual world. Oh, that's crazy. What the hell? Damn, you could play other games like regular games. Huh. Some I didn't think of that use. That's pretty cool. Yeah, why you little reading shit wrong?
Vegetables, bro.
Even Kanye doesn't know how to read that. Vegetables, bo. Alright. Man, it sounds like there's a ton of add-ons. This shit's gonna be expensive as hell. Oh, that's bullshit. Give us the headphone jack. We get Twitch points here? Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's what I hate. Look at all the separate things you gotta buy. I mean, if you want a better experience, headphones, yeah, wireless headphones, some kind of special, more comfortable strap for your fucking head, because the one that comes with it sucks. Rechargeable batteries, all this crap for the low price of $5,000. You got a big head. Gonna need customized headbands and shit. You gotta buy two headbands. Mm. A cheeky little like. Let's see what the comments say about this. Probably, that review sucked. Everyone's saying how it's not a huge upgrade from the Quest 2 thanks to the lenses, but it is a good upgrade for me, seemingly the only person in the world who still only has a Quest 1. Can't wait for it to come out tomorrow. Oh, and that's from a month ago, so it's been out. I'm glad I bought the Quest 3 at launch. Love the lenses. Here I am, still enjoying Lone Echo on an original Rift. Plan on moving to Quest 3. Okay, all these people love virtual shit, so I don't know, they're all satisfied. They seem to like it. Virtual reality aficionados. Meanwhile, all of us are playing regular old dumb games on our TVs like suckers. You never knew there was one? Well, yeah, how did they get to 3 if there's no 1 or 2? He thought it was just a marketing thing, calling it the MetaQuest 3. I mean, Microsoft does that, right? They fucking have the dumbest names for Xbox. Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, all those stupid ass numbers that mean nothing. Just a sucker. We're all suckers playing regular old games. Bunch of chumps. Stonk is playing N64 games still, so damn. Get with the times, Stonk. You're not a real gamer unless you're playing virtual reality. You refuse? Well, good for you, cause yeah, no need to give up on playing the games you actually like. Oh shit, how do I do this? I don't have enough time to run over, do I? Oh shit, yes I do. $38.99 for a 3D printer. Oh, pop-up ad came out. Damn, that one. That's weird. Oh, one of those silent ones. Okay, right, that just sneak up on you. Yeah, forgot about those. For a 3D printer, that sounds like a super cheap printer. Then I wonder how good the quality is for $40. Sounds like it might be a Temu product or a Wish.com product. The highest quality from China. Looked like a little camera. What the hell? That'll be interesting if you could take pictures of shit and it prints it out. Now that's some futuristic shit I wouldn't mind seeing. Damn. Okay, something up with this. Okay, I get it. I believe. Yes. The printer is 40, but the printer station is like, what? So, I don't, the hell's, what's a printer station versus printer, the actual printer? Oh, you're kidding. Yeah, it sounds like a weird ass thing that they just might do. Like you actually need two parts. Oh damn, how do you do this shit then? Need to be able to jump over there. Oh wait, yeah, I could just jump over there and use this now. Alright, away we go. Oh shit. Fuck, dead. Damn it. Alright. Gotta do a better jump than that. You do want to play more Body Harvest? Oh yeah. I want to see the ending to that. There we go. Never seen anybody play that for that long at all. Even when I played it, I barely went through much of it. Shit, I need to know where I'm going first. Hey, what? Can't go back? Shit. Oh man, I'm dead. Or am I actually breathing? Guess my head is above water. Shit. Okay, save. How much is a subscription? Oh, Twitch? I think there's $5.99 right now. Unless there's some kind of sale, some shit. Yeah, I think the sale was available in September. When they call it September, whatever. But yeah, there's probably a sale coming up for this month. They gotta have something, right, for Christmas and shit. Damn. Where to go? Where to go? Get some air. Try again. Oh shit, that scary lady is back. Climb, climb, get out, get out. Shit. Okay. Damn. Alright. And away we go. Next rope. Spooky ass, whatever the hell that is. Mermaid. Ghost lady. Oh shit, wait. No, I could actually climb this. There's a ladder. Oh shit. Damn. I guess this is just so I can jump across far enough. Avoid the scary lady. Get away, get away. Again, swim away. Climb. Hit the switch. Oh shit. Oh. Gonna need that. Damn it. Oh no, she got me. Damn it. Oh. Alright, stay on this chain. See where we go. What? What the fuck was that? I don't see anything to do here. What the hell? Oh shit, no. Fuck. Huh. We got another puzzler here. What to do? Any guesses? That looks dangerous. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I guess I got a distractor. There she goes. I don't know, swim now? Shit. Doesn't seem to make much sense, but fuck it. Let's see. Hit the button. Oh shit, that's no good. What? It resets when you make a mistake. Okay, you get it? You mean the game or? Resets. Oh, yeah, the game, right? Yeah, it pretty much sends you back just a little bit, so it's not too bad. It doesn't punish you for fucking up that much. Not like an old school NES game where you have to start all over. Let's see, shit. This chain has to be good for something. I wonder if she grabs... Oh, she does grab my feet. Shit. Gotta tempt her with the feet. And get out. Then I don't know. Fucking nah, that's no good. Fuck that. That's a bad move. Oh shit, I see. She doesn't follow you if you're really high up above, I think. So I'll just ride the chain back. Alright, yeah, there she goes. She'll stay there, I hope. And now I'm free to swim all the way. Yeah, okay, cool. Hit this. Escape. Escape, escape, escape. Get air. Don't die. Alright. Perfect. Awesome. I think I'm 3/4 of the way through this. Through the game. Just maybe. Oh man, again. I wonder what the hell this story's about. Can't figure it out. A world full of zombies and weird creatures. Oh shit. No. Oof. Yeah, I wouldn't make any progress if they sent me to like the beginning of the level every time. That would suck. Run. I mean, swim. Damn, the fuck? Whoa. Get out of here. Okay, I gotta send her back over here. I get it. Don't get crushed. Oh, damn it. Oh. Oh shit, what the fuck? No. Hey, I'm still alive? The fuck? Oh, get off of me. What? How am I still alive? Something weird is going on. Okay, now I'm dead? Was this a cutscene? What the hell? Taking too long to be a death. Alright. Something's happening story-wise. Yeah. I can't control anything right now. So she's a good person. She gave me a mind control device. Or something like that. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay, shit. Fish, piranhas. Piranhas are gonna eat me now. What is going on? Is that a person or something? Oh shit. Okay, I'm alive. I can swim forever. And this is some kind of office looking place. Got some dead bodies floating, looks like. And the fish love me. Oh. Can't go up? Nope. Hey, DPZ. Welcome in. How's it going? Damn. Alright. This looks insane. Shout out to DPZ. No mods in here? I guess not. Let's see what DPZ. Oh yeah, you don't have clips. That's alright, but get a shout out anyways. Just got home, got a new phone. Okay. It still gives you some kind of description. This variety streamer is beating games like a champ. What you gonna do when DPZ runs wild on you? On your PS5, brother? I've seen conquering Baldur's Gate 3, but this warrior's got a whole arsenal of games. Time to rumble with DPZ's epic streams. Oh, you played this? Have you beat it? I think I'm getting pretty close. No problem, DPZ. Yeah, this is a pretty cool game. I did have to look at the walkthrough like 3 times though, because I was totally stuck. Did play through it a long time ago? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is kind of old, right? Did come out a while ago. But it's so good, it's worth checking out. Alright, that's where I needed to go. Oh shit, the water, it's too powerful. Oh. Oh, okay. Some dead chunks of some people or something. Okay. Whoa, shit. Damn. Go up here. You beat it in one stream, right? It's a pretty short game. I see from the walkthrough. 2 hours. Oh shit, nope. Oh damn. I'm dead. Crap. Oh, you didn't stream this? Another one that came with this game. Oh, Limbo? Oh, okay, yeah. That's actually what I ended up buying the bundle of this game and Limbo. It's like $4 or something. Oh, right now's the time to. Yeah. Gotta spin that when it's on the right. Yeah, no way I could make it the other way. Oh shit, oh, wrong way. Oh, fuck. Oh, I see, yeah. Just needs to cover me from the top. Oh, look, close. Ah, what the fuck? That's some bullshit. Off by like 1 freaking inch. Damn, super close. Shit. Cool. And now what? Get stuck right away. Is it a leap of faith? Oh shit. Okay. Fuck. Oh shit, what? Damn. Did not see that. Don't fall in. What's going on up there? Oh shit. What to do now? Limbo comes in a 2-pack with this game, so it's always been like that. Oh shit, now what do they want me to do? Yeah, it seems like that's how it's been for a while, I guess. Both of them together. So you got Limbo and this one? Or have you gotten to play them, or are they just part of the Twizane library, never to be played? Not sure if you played it? Shit. Oh, damn. Alright, this is interesting. I think I gotta punch this shit. Send it flying. Oh, damn it. But what for? I don't know. Fly. Boom! Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, nice. New emote. Brady GB. Hi. That's cool. I like that. It's on the waiting list. You did play the beginning of this one. You think? Yeah. It's damn. If you only play it for a little bit, it's easy to forget. Shit. There's some games like that. I think I'm like, did I play this shit? Probably played it for like 5 minutes. Some games. Damn. Where do I take this shit? It's a cute little chibi Sailor Moon saying hi. Yeah, all dodging headlights in the beginning. Yeah, there's a lot of parts where you're dodging lights. Robots like looking for you. Oh, and bad guys like in the background. If they see you, they shoot you right away. Yeah, that was the beginning. Like some guys in the woods chasing you with flashlights. Almost like a Nazi camp. You try to escape. Yeah, that's what it kind of seemed like. Seemed like you were escaping like a fucking crazy Nazi camp. And you're like the only regular person, it seems like. Oh, at this angle? Let's see, maybe it'll actually fly across. Hell yeah. Alright. And what was this for? Just to close it? Oh yeah, this is cool. Okay. Send it up there. Smart. Yeah, pretty cool. Figuring out these puzzles. Awesome. And now I get to do something with this. Over here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to beat Limbo. Probably tomorrow. Oh, I see. There's a button there. Alright, awesome. Moving on. Making progress. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Room for reflection. What does that mean? Did something. Had to be like a big event here. What the hell happened? Hello? Anything? Anybody notice anything? Didn't see anything there. Where? Yeah, I don't know. Like I unplugged that bomb looking thing and I thought maybe something else is gonna open. Doesn't look like it though. What the hell? No, no, no. Down here? Was there anything important? Nah, it can't be here. Oh, ads are starting up in a bit. Macus, you're angry? Or you think I'm angry at this puzzle? You're damn right. Pissed off at this puzzle. Can't figure it out.
What is this, World War III?
Yeah, this is fucking World War III, damn it. Doesn't look like anything changed. Do I need this block still somewhere? Or you did? You beat this long ago? Do you remember what to do? Oh, 2022, okay. Well, that button's dead, so that's no good. Oh shit, 8 fabulous ads underway. That's a lot of ads. Yeah, sometimes there's 10 ads. Sometimes 7. You never know. What else could I do with this jumping box thing? Let's see, I'll take a break actually right now. Let's cut to BRB. And what happened to
He's smoking crack. That's like inviting a rainbow-colored fever dream into your life. Imagine Tinky Winky losing their purse. Dipsy dancing like a fiend.
That was weird though. Be Right Back screen didn't show any clips or anything. The fuck? Oh, this Huggies ad takes a cake. No gender confusion on any of the ads. Thank you, Lord. Let's see. What the hell? What to do here? Pushing this block around. I don't know. Running out of ideas here. It's time to look at the walkthrough again. Probably. Would be nice if I could get it through here. Maybe jump back up there. Who knows? Oh, what is it? Oh, there's one right here. Well, shit, I did not see that at all. Alright, I think I get it. Damn, okay. I gotta set off both of these, I think. In such a way that I can jump up super high. Okay. Oh shit, what is this? Upside down water? What the hell? Okay. Some crazy shit. Oh, these are dead bodies upside down. Interesting shit. That looks like a bomb. Another one? Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, wow. Yeah, this is pretty cool shit. Trippy ass world. Feels like it's getting close to the end. Yeah, if you played this all the way through, or for a good while, I think you would definitely remember it. Because, yeah, a lot of this shit is pretty unique. controlling these zombies. That's some crazy shit too. Never really seen that. Right. Looks like I'll need this. There's a bunch of zombies there. Okay, I don't know why that's opening. Oh shit. Oh damn. Time to ship the zombies to a new area. I guess I could move. They're not looking, right? Yeah, but fuck them. Hey, Savage dancing around there. I guess this is just to help me avoid getting caught. Is that it? Somehow, probably gonna need that later too. Oh, whoa, fell. Oh, cool. Yeah. And grab it? Oh yeah, cool. And now I'm guessing move it here. Flip the switch. And what else? Damn, what the hell? Okay, I think I got it. That's not where it should be. I need this block to jump into the upside down water. And raise the door. Go up. Oh shit, too much. Right there. Should be good. Yeah, awesome. Oh, that looks like a bomb. Oh, hey, there's a person. Couple of people. interact with them. I think they're just gonna kill me if I do. Oh, there's a button right there. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, that's not a button. Shit. Wait, there is some shit here. What is this? Oh, shit. Damn. Raining bodies everywhere. Oh, that one's just dead. Just a totally dead body. Damn. Oh, the music in the background? Yeah. I keep that on just in case it gets a little too quiet. Want to have something there. Oh, this guy's actually moving? Huh. Do I need that? Extra dead body? Right, that should be something. Should be good for something. Okay, they could throw me into the water. Nice. Yeah, some of these games get super quiet. Like this one, it's pretty quiet. So I might as well have some little background music. Now I could press that. Knock out all the zombies. Alright, we're gathering up more. Got an army. Big ass army of zombies. No. They all fall to their deaths. Oh well. Oh yeah, the music's that's my music. I could turn it off. Like I just have some synthesizer music in the back. See, this is all that the game has, just like ambient sound and shit. Just sound effects and some fucking industrial noises. Snap, you almost felt like hunting vampires for a minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's just something I put on there. Shit. Oh, damn, do I go down? Yeah, I think those zombies, they don't really die. And they'll help catch me, I think. So, time to fall. Yeah. Awesome. Throw me up here. Cool. What the hell? Okay. Alright, now they can go with me. Alright, cool. Everyone inside. Oh shit, the music in the game is getting nuts right now. That's getting pretty loud. Whoa. Is this the big finale? Whoa. Yeah, now I'm scared too. Everyone's scared. Holy shit. What's gonna happen? Is this the end? Alert, alert. Oh shit, what the? Some office dork? Oh, what the hell? Something major's going on. Oh shit, oh shit. What are they looking at? I want to see. Damn. I don't know, I guess I gotta do a puzzle with this. Can't see what the big deal is. Everybody's looking at some crazy shit. Right, there's a way to go there. What about up? Dead end. Damn, there's two paths. Two ways to go. Okay. Shit. I don't know which way is better. Gotta jump on that? That looks like a pretty big jump. Shit. Holy shit. Alright, off the edge then. There we go. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I didn't want to slide off there. Over here. Zzz, beep, beep. I guess the ladder is the only option, right? Yeah. To the ladder. What I'm doing, but just gonna open up everything, flip all the switches. Wow, that's gonna close up. Damn. Okay. What can I do about that? Oh shit. Ow. Fucking hell. Sliced in half. Damn. Oh, that was a cool way to die. Alright. Oh, okay, I gotta shut it off. Then turn it back on. Let the water rest. And back. Shit. Go down, 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 down. Let that open up. And away we go. Oh shit. Oh, wait, what the? He lost his clothes? What the fuck is this? Alright, that's what they were looking at. Oh damn, plugs. Can't take them out. Right, big old fucking blob of people. Disconnect it. Damn, where did I go? Oh shit, I became part of this fucking blob? Damn, I didn't even notice. I became the blob. And now I could pull the switches, or I mean the plugs. Yeah. Rip out the whole damn thing. Boom! Shit is nuts. Alright. I guess I'm a blob person. This is scary. Run. Hey, Spice Boy. Made it just in time. Made it just in time for the big finale. Shout out to Spice Boy. Oh shit. Broke your camera? Spice Boy breaking cameras?
It's drunk. Listen. Oh my god.
Cooking stream.
I'm so sorry. That was brutal.
Chaotic cooking stream.
Inappropriate. We apologize for that.
No problem, Spice Boy.
Dude, it's like it's no longer
Happy to show a clip full of mayhem and chaos. And cooking. It was worth it. Boom. Boom. Hell yeah. Whoa. Boom. I was gonna ask if you played this. You love it? Yeah, this is pretty awesome, man. What a way to end the game, too. This is fucking cool. Pretty gross. Boom. Smashing shit everywhere. It's a hell of a finale. Yeah, it's wild shit. Shit. This would be a badass movie, man. I want to see this in live action. Oh, look at that shit. Awesome. Now we're covered in blood. They need to make this into a movie. Alright, do we need momentum or something? Gotta charge into this shit. It's the blob. Jump. Looks like a button up there. Let's see what can you bring over here? Oh shit, this stick. Oh shit. Okay. Holy shit. That's cool. What are you dogs gonna do to me? Dogs can't do shit. Oh, the stick. I still need it. Yeah, here we go. They still gotta make you solve puzzles though? Yeah. I thought I was free from the puzzles. Oh damn, I gotta... Okay. Oops. Nope. Gonna pick this up. Oh shit, no, wrong way. Fuck that. Damn. Oh, fucking shit. Man, I didn't know you could throw it that far. Oh, come on. Yeah, the physics are kind of weird. I don't know exactly how to throw something. Get up there. Fuck. Alright. Puzzle solving as a blob. Whoa. Oh, shit. More puzzles. They never end. Can't open that little door? We were breaking through walls earlier. What the hell? You got like 10 brains in there? Somebody's gotta be able to figure out everything. Can I climb ladders? Oh shit, that person opened it? Okay. Squish. Oh, okay, everybody's letting us through, huh? Everybody's just like, get the fuck out of here. You gross pile of shit. Everybody's like Joe Pesci.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Oh shit, I see. I think they want me to throw. Oh shit, that black went all the way. Should I throw it? Oh, cool. That worked, I guess. What is this shit? I was thinking it was over here. Throw it back up there for some reason. Nope. Okay. Just in case I need this shit. Oh, dude, when this game came out, they released a limited edition collab with Real Doll? What the fuck? The sex dolls? That's what that is? Real Doll? Holy shit, what? Yeah? What the hell? That's fucked. I think that's fucked up for both companies. The people that are into sex dolls don't want to picture them like this. Fucking gross ass monster. It's pretty fucked up. Yeah, what is going on with that? Fucking weird shit. Oh shit. Fire. Oh, do we have to just commit suicide here and just kill this blob? Or is it just setting this on fire? Alright, that thing's on fire. What good is this thing? Oh. Set off the sprinklers. good is that? Yeah, the game took a crazy ass turn. Yeah, twisted ass fucking turn. I did not see this coming at all. Okay, we need the sprinklers. For some reason. Fill up the water, maybe? I was thinking there was gonna be 1 or 2 puzzles as a blob, but seems like there's like fucking 20 of them. Is this a door? Can I pick this up? Huh. Would I need to bring the fire over here? Damn. I was thinking I could toss it over the sprinklers. Do I just go in the fire? Nah, it's definitely something with this block. Can I hide it underneath? No. Can I toss it? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Don't tell me I gotta do that. I think that's what I gotta do, right? It's gonna be fucked up. Seems a little tough to throw and catch something. Thing you hate about puzzle games like this is that they are always super fun the first time trying to figure it out. Yeah, I guess once you know everything, the only thing you could do is try to speed run it. Once you really know the game inside and out. Alright. Whoa, shit. Okay. Alright, awesome. Now I got a burning box for some reason. Now I feed it. Oh yeah, there's a little fire symbol right there. Okay. Should be good for something. Awesome. But it's such an awesome first experience. Yeah, this is fucking cool. First time I played this. Only just started watching, never played through this bad boy. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy puzzles. Whoa. So you gotta figure out a lot of shit. The sound effects are fucking crazy. Bunch of people moaning and shit. Is that a giant lever? Switch? Lever? Okay. You should totally, you totally should, along with Limbo also, if you also haven't already. Yeah, I'm gonna play Limbo tomorrow. Oh man, come on. Oh shit. That's funny. What the fuck? This is our swing. Oof. Can we climb it a little more? Wanna climb to the top? Man, we gotta do a big ass swing or something. Yeah. Oh, still need this thing. So are they saying these are sex dolls? This blob of people, a bunch of sex dolls? Yeah, the groans. Everybody just having an orgy. Alright, toss this fucker straight up. Ooh. Okay. What the hell? Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Yeah. Awesome. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I didn't. Damn it. I thought you just hit the button once. Alright. Run. Oh, fuck. Get in there. God damn. Alright. You didn't think of any implications? Oh, you think they just made a model using that material so it felt as real as possible? Didn't think of any implications like that. That might be a good theory. They do seem to be manufactured people. Yeah, at first I thought they were zombies, but now I'm thinking they're just like kind of robots or yeah, like because they look fleshy. Definitely look like flesh now. Give me that. Oh shit. Oh man, was that a trap? Oh crap. So they wanted the real experience feeling? right? Bioengineered or something. Yeah, I think so. That's the only weird connection I could see. That company that makes sex dolls wanting to be hooked up with this game. Bunch of weirdos. Oh shit. Pulling off the padding. Are there different ways to go here? Or was that it? Just probably the one event. Boom. The graphics look different now compared to the beginning of the game. Looks like I'm playing something else now. And this big gross ball. It's mesmerizing. Could stare at that ball of flesh for hours. Look at that shit. Look at that gross shit. And listen to that moaning all day long. Oh shit. Damn. Can't go anywhere. One more. Oh, hell yeah. We're free. We're in the woods. Shit, looks like we turned into a rock. Somehow we turned solid. Oh shit, is that the end? Nice. I'll need to put this on priority. Yeah, put this one on your priority. Don't tell me that's how it ends. Can I move? It's gonna roll credits, isn't it? You bought the games, damn, 6 years ago? Shit, I bought it like 2 days ago. I'm ready to complete all these games I bought. Doesn't seem like I can move any. Yeah, that's weird. What else can I do? Oh shit, it is the fucking end? Holy shit. Okay, what an ending. Roll credits. What a fucking ending. I guess we gotta wait fucking for part 2 to see where this blob goes. Part 2 is gonna be called Out. You gotta do that. This one was inside, next one is out. It's only right. Did the blob die? It's breathing. It looks like it's still moving. So I think it's alive. It's just exhausted after all that shit. Does it only work inside the factory? No, I think it's just resting. That's my theory. Oh, ads are gonna start right now. Yeah, amazing. Pretty fucking badass game, man. Holy shit. Awesome. Special thanks, playtesters. Yeah, I wish I could do stuff outside now in the woods. It'll jump into the water and become encrypted. Mythological beast. A human blob. Legion. Real life Legion. Alright. Oh, okay. I thought it was just gonna stay on that screen. Play Dead's Inside. Oh, that's the company? Alright, that's the start screen, right? Okay, yeah, just straight to the beginning again. Alright, that was awesome. Load, what can you load? Oh, bam, every little section, that's pretty cool. Awesome, yeah, there's a lot of shit to go through. And all the blob stuff. Settings, yeah, I guess that was everything. Is there gonna be a part 2 though? I wonder. Think there are these secret items you can get that'll show an alternate ending? Oh shit. Yeah, let's see. Take a look if I can find a video on special alternate endings. Let's see. Inside special endings. Inside game. I want to make sure specify this. I'm talking about the game. Oh yeah, it says there's different endings. Maybe just one ending? All endings explain. I want to see a short video. All endings normal and secret. Alternate endings. Oh, there might be more than 2. Yeah, let's see. This video's pretty short. Before rating out, let's check out the other endings. Here we go. And back from ads, right? Oh shit. Why does it look like that? That looks blurry. 720, 1080. Still looks like shit. Maybe it'll fix itself. This is the regular ending, I guess. That's it. That's my ending. That's the one I got. Just lay in the sun. The end. Big old blob gets to rest. Yeah, it would suck after all that. You just end up dead. That'd be terrible. Let's see. How long does this show this part? Credits. Yeah, credits. We've seen that. All the fucking credits. We don't need to see all that. Normal ending. Okay. Normal. Over here should be the other ending. Damn, no, it keeps going. Shit. There really was this many credits. Okay, alternate ending. This is fabulous. Wait, the game could end right here? Earlier? That's crazy. Oh shit. The fuck? Secret cornfield area? Alternate ending is super short and also confusing. What the? Okay. You would have to know that secret code to enter that. Yeah, so I could have seen this ending if I knew about it. Way ahead of time. Damn, it looks so fucked up though. I don't know how they recorded this, but this looks crazy, like fucking blurry as hell. Where is the freaking settings? Oh, still says 1080. Again, can I put 4K? Oh, okay, I think that actually worked. It'll make it look better. 4K. Wait, what? Yeah, that was weird as fuck. What happened there? He unplugs some shit and then like appears behind himself. So you have to beat it normally like you did and jump around looking for secrets. You gotta go find all the secret items to get the code. Oh, okay. So there are secret items. Then come back to the cornfield and you'll have the code. Okay. So what happens? He unplugs this. Oh, he falls back and then nothing. Credits. Oh, that ending sucks. Yeah, you basically don't get shit in that. What the hell? There's a video right here that says it explains. It explains those endings. Let's see. Inside alternate ending. Explain. All endings explain. Yeah, let's see. Can they explain this? Watches sort of, yeah, slumps over. Shut down the whole factory. I, I, yeah, I guess so. He stopped the factory, so might be a happier ending, actually. You have to be on drugs to understand the ending. Yeah, that's the part that looked like a Nazi camp or something. Shit. Hmm. It was in his butt. Okay, they're humans. Hmm. Hey, shut the cluck up, Marty. You don't know if they're humans? Yeah, they don't look human in the beginning. Those are the secret items, those orbs. Oh, the ones you unplug? Because, yeah, I found like two of those. Yeah, okay, yeah, I only found two. I don't know. I didn't know what they were doing, what they were for. Yeah, you go through all the trouble to get the worst ending? That sounds dumb. It's not worth it. Going through all that shit just to get the even worse ending. Yeah, I want the trophy? Nah, I'm good. I don't need that trophy. I'm satisfied with the game. It was great. Yeah, sometimes they're albinos, and then they started to look more flesh colored. Yeah, That's the only time you do that. That was fucking cool. Controlling one of them and then making him control another one. That was a badass puzzle. Yeah, a lot of cool puzzles, man. Some genius level shit. There's one of those. Hmm. Oh, yeah, that was mysterious. I don't know what that girl was. The submarine part, yeah, that was awesome. I like that. That part changes up the gameplay again. You think she gave you the power to breathe under? Yeah, that's when I got that ability. She like rescued me from drowning and then hooked me up to some machine. It looked like a tube or a wire connected to the kid, and then he could breathe underwater. Right there. Yeah. She drags you. Yeah, there you go. So she was actually helpful and shit. Oh yeah, the fact that you can get plugged in makes you think he's manufactured. Mega Man origin story. Except for the turning into a blob part. Maybe it's the origin of the yellow devil. That's like a big blob in Mega Man world. He's made out of chunks of stuff. Where's Dr. Wily and Dr. Light and all this? That was cool having the whole army with you. Charge. Mm. Okay, so this is when he attaches to the blob. It happened so fast I didn't even notice it. Okay, there you go. They grab him. That was awesome. Just breaking shit. Love that part. Oh shit. Magnet and up and down things. Damn. That's cool. Mm. A trap. Oh, it's not even outside. It's a spotlight. Oh, damn, we're not even outside. Oh, huh. Hmm. It was a miniature earlier, and we fell into a miniature. And so even the outside was a fake ass world. Hmm. So it's kind of like this guy's theory, I guess. This is what he thinks. But yeah, it is kind of weird that sunlight is just right there. That's nuts if that's really just a spotlight. Mac is in shock. Love stories with big mysteries like this. Yeah, I like that it's kind of like open-ended, and you can just make up your own story if you feel like it. You can come up with your own theories. That's probably what the creators intended, like leave it kind of open, no solid like true story, one true story to explain everything. They're gonna be like, you tell us what you think happened. So, alright, that was awesome. Great game. Time to rate out. Yeah, what a badass game. Awesome shit. Okay with mysteries. Yeah. I think it's fine to leave it mysterious. We don't need to have it fully explained if the creators don't really want to have a solid explanation. That's fine. All right, let's see who's on. Thanks for stream. Have a great night. Glad it caught the end. Yeah, glad you're here for the ending. Yeah. Thanks, Spice Boy, for coming in. Everybody else too. Let's see. Raid out to. Let's see. There's a bunch of people on actually. Da, 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 da. Turnbuck is playing retro. Let's go. Oh, he's playing some janky retro shit. Let's check that out. Some Shrek action over here. Janky ass Shrek games. Okay. Let's see. TR Turnbuck. Buck. Alright, 10 seconds to raid. Thanks everybody. And let's raid out. Boom.